Malison: The Cursed City is a fantasy survival horror RPG published by Devolver Digital, currently in development, in which you investigate a sinister city filled with hundreds of grotesque monsters, demons, and weirdos. It focuses on exploration and atmosphere. Its main influences are both classic Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy, as well as survival horror games such as the Resident Evil and Silent Hill series. As you sneak through the city, you encounter all sorts of strange characters, many of which you can speak to, trade with, recruit to your cause, steal from, or even attack if you so choose. You can approach this game in a million ways. It's up to you how you plan to survive. Your actions may lead to wealth, disaster, betrayal, or may even lead to uncovering some of the city's darkest secrets and the game's many hidden endings. The main character is no powerful hero. You awaken in the city transformed into a weak, frail goblin, and may need to rely on desperate measures for your survival. You will likely need help from other survivors you meet, and it is up to you to decide who you trust and recruit to your cause. Combat is in a classic turn-based style with a focus on managing scarce resources and building unique strategies by recruiting all sorts of different party members, equipping them, and teaching them new skills. Monsters move closer to you during combat, increasing the threat and tension as they begin using their more devastating attacks. You do not want them too close. I stream development work of Malison Tuesday to Friday at 7 p.m. EST on Twitch. I also have new development update streams on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. EST. There is also a Discord you can join for the game. Check below. hello, everybody. Oh, there we go. Ad just started. It's starting real soon. Just waiting for that ad to start. I'm just gonna be doing some polish tonight. And fixing any issues people find. Do 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 Hello, everybody. Hello. Yes, we're very, very close to 1.6. We're just making sure everything's just right for it first. We'll prepare the update post and everything as soon as I get the green light on it. So it's probably going to be going. It's probably going to be going live tomorrow morning. We'll see. Yeah, that is the big pillar. It's a little tricky, this one, to do because it has some big elements that are not easy to loop in an animation. I was just a little too ambitious with its shape. The old Gornado. It's the old Gornado. It's all got away. I've had too much grief. I'm sick of trying, it's beyond belief. And now you're telephone. You tell me that I'm at home, ain't nothing new in my life today. I've had it. I don't want the games to please. I've got to come across a friendly face, and now the words seem familiar as they slam the door. You're not what we're looking for, and nothing new in our life today. Yeah,
very happy with the little updates to Face Taker. A bit of a nastier fight now. A bit of a nastier fight with some neat little animations and some really good music. Actually, the music's updated. If you've played the game yesterday and fought Face Taker, it's actually a little. The song's got some tweaks. Face Taker's definitely had a bigger changes to its fight. Like, Face Taker kind of started from a super basic fight. I mean, they were both kind of basic, but Face Taker now feels like an actual... I mean, I'm not sure if I would call Face Taker a super boss. It's still kind of doable sort of mid-game. It's still very much like a mid-game boss. But yeah, it feels more significant now. The dark red pillar with a line of faces in the foreground? In the foreground? Oh, do you mean one of those that are like walking along? Yeah, I might actually detail this one tonight too. I'm trying to add a little animation to all of these. Trying to add so yeah, this one, the issue is that, yeah, it just doesn't loop very well. That's the main issue with it. I might still be okay to just put it up as is, but it just doesn't loop very gracefully. Yeah, I might actually do a little bit of polish on this one tonight. This is a sprite, Cat's Glare. There are times when all the world's asleep, questions gone too deep, such a simple mind. Well, if I really can't get it to work, I mean, yeah, I feel like I can't get it to work. I'm not gonna be able to like get it to loop properly, you know, on time for the 1.6. So I think what I'll do is I'll just make it animate as a back and forth instead of a constant flow, which is not gonna look as good as, like, it's not gonna look like it's pouring upwards, but it's gonna, you know, it's not gonna look as jerky that way. Like, some parts of it are looping fine. Some parts of it are kind of looping fine and just need a little tweaks. But some parts of it are just not made to loop at all. And I was just thinking, I'll just spend some time on it and make it work. But, you know, just don't really have the hours to do that for now, so. Yeah. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just keep it like this. And see, there's some parts that do, like, kind of animate properly. You can follow, like, one of these ribs up. So some parts work just okay, but some parts... I mean, it's not too bad here. So I added, like, a pulse here to just kind of obscure the part that doesn't loop right. And it kind of did the job. I was kind of hoping that the pulse here would add, like, a lot of movement, enough that your brain kind of makes up the difference. And sometimes that's all you need to make, like, a very low frame rate animation work. You can just kind of trick your brain into making it work for you. And here it kind of works. It's not too bad. I made it here too. Yeah, you know, it's not too bad. I might be able to just do it as is here. Like here it kind of works. You kind of see a flow upwards. So some of it, I might be able to make it work with just a few tweaks. But yeah, some parts like very clearly jerk back. There's a few parts that are like a little worse than the others. Like this one kind of works here. There's a big jerk here, but it's not too bad. If I just make this frame here more different, it might work. Sometimes you just need to mess with this just enough that your brain kind of latches on to a bigger change here. You see? Just that. Just making this frame less similar to this one kind of made it work here. I would like to have more like this, Bonclaw, but the bigger issue with those is just that, like, making very elaborate animations using RPG Maker's battle animations is like a huge pain. So, after how much effort it was to get it to work for those, I tried to, like, avoid it as much as I could. But eventually, I think I'll try to make some more. But yeah, because those use the battle animation system of RPG Maker to work. And for anyone here who's never used that, but who do some animation, yeah, the RPG Maker, like, built-in animation system is not really meant for this sort of thing, you know? It's a very... Yeah. What it's usually meant for is, like, little animations, little attacks. So if you try to use it for something complicated with, like, a lot of layered elements, it's not great at that. There's no way to, like, there's no way to click something that's, like, underneath something else. Like, you don't have layer control. Like, the only way to, like, click to access something that's below something else in the layering is to actually move the objects around, is to actually move the images around so you can reach the thing underneath and click on it. That's the kind of thing you have to deal with that. It's not great. So whenever you have a lot of things layered, it is not ideal. You have to kind of craft your animations in a way to minimize the pain, basically. Just to make it simple in a way that, okay, there's going to be layering, but I can essentially do it in order, and as long as I don't make any mistakes, it's going to be fine. You know? As long as I don't make any mistakes and don't need to adjust anything after I've done it once, it's fine. That's basically how it worked. Oh, thank you, Cat's Glare. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, you just have to not make any mistakes and it's fine. If you make some mistakes, that's when, you know, issues appear. Some of those new animations I added definitely had those issues too. But, you know, it wasn't too bad. Just darkening the screen behind the animation is kind of a pain. No. I don't want to rebuild. I don't want to rebuild Look Outside. I have too many other things I want to do. That would be a lot of work. And Look Outside, you know, I mean, it's a pain to, like, work on some specific things, but not enough of a pain that I would want to, like, rebuild it. It might be possible to rebuild it with Malison's engine eventually, but I'm not really interested in that. That's a lot of very tedious work. You know, it's a little jerky. Yeah, no, it's too jerky. Yeah, I'll make it like animate back and forth instead of forward. And later, if I have more time, I'll actually make it properly flow forward. But yeah, right now it's just too, yeah, right now it's just... Yeah, it would need several, like, it would need a good, like, 6 hours, I think, of extra work to get it. Maybe not 6 hours, maybe like 4 hours, but I don't really, you know, I want to spend that time on polishing the other roof elements, so I'm just going to call it done for now. And just make it animate back and forth instead of forward. And that should look okay. That should look okay for now. That should be a good temporary solution. Go have kippers for breakfast. Mommy dear, Well, when 1.6 comes out, there's gonna be an update, like changelog. So it's all gonna be out in the open there, though some details are kept vague in these updates. I don't want to put all the spoilers on there. Like, I don't think a single update has actually acknowledged Audrey yet. Like, there's some new things for Audrey, but I kind of like keep it vague still. You know, Audrey is meant to be a super secret character. But, you know, people found her, like, immediately on the first day. What you got? Not a lot. Take a jumbo across the water, like to see America. See the girls in California, hoping it's going to come true. But there's not a lot I can do. There you go, that should work. So now it should animate back and forth. Let's have a little preview of what this looks like. Yep. Okay. Little preview of the animated roof here for people who haven't seen it yet. So yeah, this one flows forward. This one flows up just fine. This one flows up just fine. You know, this one actually really designed it to flow up. You see, like, all the elements, like, have something that they can flow into. Right? Like, all of the others are like that, too. Obviously, this one was, like, this one was the 12-hour project. The fucking roof centipede. And this one, okay, so yeah, this one, you see the problem here. I went really way too hard on, like, these elements that don't, like, easily tile to one another here. So it looks a little weird that, like, you kind of... It's like this one, they can't quite move upwards, you know? Yeah, it's more like it's breathing instead of flowing. Yeah, for now, that's gonna be fine. Yeah. It doesn't stand out as much as before now when it was the only thing not moving. Yeah, these things animating here. And over here. Now I want to animate these guys down here. All of these lads. I want to animate them. And also this thing here... That's that's a little problem here, that you can kind of see the bottom ledge of it. It's kind of a problem that you can see the ledge of it here. I need to actually, like, reduce it by, like, 2 tiles worth so you don't see it when you're over here. Like, when you're here, you should not see that green monster here. Because I didn't make the sprite. I don't have enough space to actually make it taller. So this should be where you see the most of it here. So yeah, I'll have to basically remove this element of it here. Wait a minute, hang on. Hang on. I just realized what's happening here. It's too high. It's shifted up. Is it shifted up? Yeah, it looks shifted up by like 16 pixels. Hang on. Yeah, I think it is. How did it get shifted up like that? Hang on. Hang on. Why is it shifted up like that? So this is where the sprite is. Yeah, I don't know why it's shifted up like this. I mean, let's just move it back down, I guess. But I don't think that's going to be enough. Like, it's still going to be... You're still going to see a gap in the bottom. It was above the gap by more than 16 pixels, I think. Yeah, there you go. That's the proper position. Why did it move up? I have no idea. That's so weird. Now, it's still gonna be too, yeah, it's still gonna be too high for this here. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not supposed to be able to do that. There you go. Here. Yeah, you still see, like, a 16 pixels here. That's too bad, though. It's just 16 pixels. Maybe I could just add a tiny object there. Could add, like, just a tiny object right here. Just filling in the green. Just so that this isn't obvious here. Yeah, I could just put something here to hide it. Oh yeah, a water tower in the foreground? Sure. Yeah, a water tower, like, shadow in the foreground. That'd be kind of fun. Kind of like that idea. The greenery. Whoops, sorry. Where was the roof details one? Also, there would need to be a really large street lamp. No, I think a water tower is the way to go. Let's just make something quick to get the general shape and positioning of it. I mean, when you go outside Imperium, definitely things that are still outside, seem to be way more messed up than the things you find inside, so... But yeah, the game doesn't really clarify that. It's a little ambiguous. If those that have been changed once can still change further. there's some new content in this coming update, Xenon. There's some content coming for it. There's not a lot of content coming for this one. The big content update is going to be the 2.0 update. But there's a little bit of new content in this one. Yeah, 2.0 is going to be the big content update. With a lot of new stuff in it. Including a hard mode. No, hard mode is going to be 2.0. I'm going to start working on hard mode this week. So if you want to see a little bit of what that's going to be like, you want to tune into this stream. There's actually already some work on hard mode. As I've been adding things to hard mode over the whole time that I've been working on this. Been adding like extra things for hard mode. It's just sort of disabled when you launch the game. Because it's not ready yet. 1.6 is not out yet on Dumpster Cats. It's probably going to go out tomorrow. It's probably going to be tomorrow. I'm just kind of waiting for the green light on publishing it. No. Hard mode will limit your ability to save, but not that way. For hard mode, you'll just need to explore more than you do for normal mode to save. You'll need to explore twice as much as you do for a normal mode to get access to saving in hard mode. Yeah, I mean, the whole point, the whole idea of adding the hard mode as Stray Sheep is Stray Sheep Fenrir, is that this is very much a game where if you know, like, the more you know about the game, the easier it is by far. Like, it changes a lot. So the hard mode is going to be specifically for people who already know the game. So it's going to be a mode of the game where that is tuned to compensate for you already knowing everything about it. So it's specifically for people who have beaten the game already. So it's meant for like a second playthrough. Or to keep the game just more... to keep the game challenging. Although 1.6 has made a bunch of changes to make the base game more challenging too. A lot of the bosses are harder. A lot of little things have been balanced down. Some overpowered strategies have been weakened a bit. You have less defense overall. A lot of armor has been weakened in 1.6. There's a lot of things like that. So that might bring a little bit more challenge now, but it's still... normal mode is still for, you know, meant for a first playthrough, so... it's still not going to compensate for you knowing where all the good shit is. That's what... that is what hard mode is going to be for. You can't really compensate for someone knowing where everything is. You can't do this in normal mode, at least. If you make the game hard enough on normal mode that it's still difficult for people who know everything about it, it's going to be impossible for first-time players. Or at least it's going to be very difficult for first-time players. Yes, Joel has gotten... Yes, Joel has gotten 2 separate nerfs for 1.6. Joel no longer gets a minimum of 1 extra max HP. So right now, in the previous version, Joel every time Joel eats something, his max HP goes up by at least 1 point, no matter how weak the creature was. Right? And just gets more HP if he like devours a larger monster. But you always got at least 1 HP no matter what. I changed that. I removed the minimum 1 HP. So now if he eats like instead of getting 1 HP minimum every time, he gets fractional portions of a single HP, right? And the fractional element is like kept between battles, and so that means if he re-eats like 4 rats, he's gonna get 1 HP at the 4th one, you know. So you can still use the tiny rats for it, but it's not gonna be busted where it always gives him at least 1 for each. Now you need to, you know, it still adds up, but now you do need to add it up instead of just getting it every time. Yeah, you'll still be able to get him to pretty high max HP if you do it right. But yeah, it's not gonna be quite as broken as before. You should still be pretty strong though. I've also slightly weakened the Teeth Storm attack. The percentage of his HP that it uses for the damage is a little lower now. Not by much. You got to be careful not to double dip when you weaken 2 things that are connected together. You have to be really careful to keep a light touch of it, or else, you know, you can end up double dipping and weakening something and actually like drastically weakening it. So you need to take into account the other elements you've already weakened, you know. It heals him, yes. It heals him by half. No, no, I think it's the max HP of the thing. It's the max HP of the thing you kill divided by 10. That's the amount that he heals by. And then the amount that he grows his HP by is based on the enemy's max HP divided by half of Joel's max HP. That means as Joel's max HP grows, the amount that he gets from eating monsters reduces. But there used to be a minimum of 1 HP that he always gets, and that was the part that was kind of broken. So I removed that part. Yeah, you can discuss 1.6 things. I mean, you know, don't just list all the spoilers at one place, you know? Let people give people the opportunity to look away. I'm sure some people here are watching that want to keep some surprises still. You know, always try to minimize the splash damage when you're gonna talk about something spoilery. You know, keep it to one thing at a time. Oh yeah, no, Joel's definitely still gonna be pretty strong, but yeah, I'm just fixing a minor little issue with it. Is all. All right, that's gonna be this. I think it's like here. Okay, let's see what this looks like. There we go. There you go. Just a tiny little. You know, this is like the Austin Powers intro gag. You know, just a little. Just hiding the monster's shame here. There you go. Just hiding the thing. Just hide the thing. There you go. Let's see if I move it a little bit. Yeah, that's better. You can almost see it. It's just on the edge. You can almost see it. If you just moved a little bit, you would see the gap. That's funny. It's just barely hiding it. Very good. I might actually move it up. No. Also, I made a little addition to the security room. If you haven't tried the latest build yet. Yeah, a little higher now. Oh, the animation for the title screen. There is a plugin you can get that gives you that lets you have splash screens. That lets you essentially have like a room that loads before the splash screen, and you can just use events in it. And I just animated it using pictures, I think. Stray Sheep Fenrir, we have been talking about giving Morton a place to appear in if you've met him once at your door. So, like, if you meet him once at your door, he would maybe appear somewhere afterwards. to just be a trader you can meet. That's something we've been talking about. I don't know if we'll do it. We've discussed doing that. Yeah, we would like to make more. We would definitely like to make more corrupted versions of door encounters. Ideally, we'd like each door encounter to have a corrupted version. Yeah, Morton is definitely a good candidate for one of those things. All right, let's add a little bit more animation to some of these lads. Some of these. I definitely want to animate the green goo. Has no animation right now. Roof green goop. Yeah, having more corrupted versions is definitely gonna make people hesitate a bit more, and also some more hostile that are hostile even when they're not corrupted. It's RPG Maker MZ, Starry Summers. There's no mechanics in the game right now for making the door encounters sort of based on specific days. Right now, the door encounters, the way that they work, is all about randomizing them. And yeah, there aren't really there could be ways to sort of make it that some encounters only happen at specific times, but. Yeah, more cursed encounters would be really fun. We have a bunch already sort of planned, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, so let's do a little animation on this goober. That is a real goober right there. There you go. That's a little animation already. A little animation. Yeah, we have a bunch of ideas for things that could trick you. It could be one thing I've been thinking about is some door encounters that might be hard mode only. So like on hard mode, you have just adding more essentially always hostile encounters to hard mode would be fun. As a way to just make the door encounters more hostile overall on hard mode. Might be fun. Or like maybe door encounters that aren't necessarily hostile, but like can turn hostile if you say the wrong thing or if you don't have something. Like there could be like a door encounter that asks you for a specific item, and if you don't have it, it attacks you. But if you do have it, it gives you some sort of reward. You know, that kind of thing. Sam, do you know this slug? I've never seen this slug in my life. Sam? I swear to God, I've never seen this slug in my life. Alright, I'm gonna go make me some tea, folks. I'm gonna go make me some tea, because, yeah, the ad break's coming. Time for a little stretch. I actually got a little more tea. I got me some new tea, some better tea. I think I might get me chai. Yeah, I'm gonna go make me some. I'll be right back. Oh, I actually need to do a slightly longer break for that. There we go. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Yeah. Is there some tea discourse going on? Do we have tea discourse? Let's read the tea discourse. Hmm. Putting the tea first makes it cooler. Well, putting the milk first, yeah. That is how physics work. That is indeed how physics work. It's true. It's true. I use an electric kettle, yes. I hear that in the US, electric kettles are not very common. People usually heat water in the microwave, which is a little dangerous. I used to heat up water in the microwave. Yeah, it's because for water for like as I understand, yeah, you can basically superheat water if you put it in a microwave in a cup that's too smooth, basically. So how, as I understand it, how boiling works. Boiling doesn't just happen naturally to a liquid just because it's hot enough. It needs to have nucleation sites to boil. So it needs to have like divots to form bubbles in. So if you're using a very smooth container to boil water in a way that doesn't disturb the water much, so like for instance, you put the water on the stove, there's going to be like a motion in the water, and like the way that it works and the way that the water is heated from the bottom, I think just creates a lot of like motion in the pot. So because of that, it's usually going to boil just fine. But a microwave just kind of heat the water from all directions, right? Or something like that. So if you don't have nucleation sites, if you don't have like if your cup isn't imperfect enough, if it doesn't have like little bumps in it enough, then it's not going to boil, but it's going to have the correct temperature to boil. So as soon as you shake the cup and it gets disturbed, it's suddenly going to boil all at once. And that's when you have an explosion in your cup. Your water can literally explode out of your cup if that happens. So yeah, basically microwaves. Some people prevent this by just putting some sort of wooden stick, because like wood is rough on it, so that provides nucleation sites. So if you just have like a little wooden stick, you can just put a wooden stick in your cup of water, and that should be pretty safe, I think, to put it in the microwave. You just need to, or also if you just have a rough, like an old cup that's all cracked, that's like has a bunch of little cracks or something, that should be fine too. Mm-hmm. I used to have a bit more fancy teas, but I've been. I received some really good fancy loose leaf tea for my birthday, but the place where I could get like to buy more is open at weird hours, and I've still have yet to actually. I have yet to actually get there when it's open to buy more. I'm just a little too lazy, I guess. It was just some. I don't even know if it had like a brand. It was just like at a local like organic grocer, and it was just like a bunch of Earl Grey tea that came in a brown bag, and it was very good. It was very fragrant. I think it was literally like their tea or something. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just yeah. A tea orange? You mean like the oranges that they make Earl Grey with? What's it called again? Bergamot orange, right? I don't. Can you actually eat those? Can you actually eat bergamot oranges? I think they just use the peel, right? They just carve the peel out. They just So I don't think the actual fruit itself is edible, or if it is, it's maybe like really bitter or something. I think that if I understand it, I think the bergamot orange is only used for, yeah, it's just the peel. But yeah, bergamot is the main thing for Earl Grey tea. Earl Grey is yeah, flavored with bergamot, which is a weird variety of orange that I think is like bergamot basically like only used for tea. Is that like literally the only, the only reason it's around is like cultivators who use it for Earl Grey? I mean, maybe some other things. Maybe there's like a spice. Maybe you can use like bergamot spice. I'm not even sure if it would be like bitter. I feel like maybe it's not even edible, other than because they use specifically the peel of it to make the tea and not the orange itself. And they don't like juice them or anything. That gives me the impression that it might not be. It's probably not just bitter. It might not be like, it might be like really hard or something, or like it might be like really dry. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never held one. I'm not even sure what they look like. Hang on. A bergamot orange. Yeah, this is what they look like. They really look like lemons, actually. They look like big lemons. Oh, hang on. There might actually be a specific bergamot fruit and a bergamot orange. Are these separate things? Maybe the bergamot orange is like a mix of orange and bergamot? Because, I mean, oranges and, like, you know, there's just a ton of different varieties that they've mixed together over the years. So there might be actually a distinction between a bergamot and a bergamot orange, maybe? Well, it's a mystery. Oh, mystery orange. Got it. The Luffy answer. Also, someone earlier asked if I ever had a mate. I've never had mate, no. I'm not sure it's available where I live. I mean, maybe. I mean, probably there's some grocers in Montreal that sell that. Yerba mate. I imagine it must be like something really bitter. It has the vibe of a really bitter drink. It has the vibe of something that would be very bitter. When they describe something as floral, usually it means bitter as shit. That's something I've learned over the years. Floral is a way to, you know, describing a taste as floral. That's code. That's code for bitter as shit. It just is. Also, earthy is code for literally tastes like shit, too. That's another thing learned. If someone describes something as earthy, it might literally taste like poo. There's certain code words people use. Well, you can infer taste from smell. That's usually how people do it. Gamey? No, to me, gamey is more about texture. If something is gamey, it's like it feels like something undercooked. Something that was meant to be tenderized but wasn't, you know? Like you have to chew it forever to be able to swallow it. To me, that's what gamey means. Like completely a texture thing. Yeah, I am not at all an educated tea enjoyer. I just, you know, I'm the kind to just buy like a, you know, one of those variety packs, and to me that's like, ooh, fancy tea. The tea I got for my birthday this year was the the first time I actually got fancy tea. Before this, my idea of fancy tea was a Twinings variety pack. Ooh, what to try this morning? Ooh, Irish breakfast tea. That's the green packet. How fancy. Yes, I'm getting fancy tonight. Using the different color packet. Yum, yum. Well, this is Twinings chai that I'm drinking right now. Listen, my local supermarket, the one that I can reliably get to, then it's open. The one that doesn't have mysterious opening times. It's Twinings is basically their fancy one. It's either Twinings or it's the giant boxes of tea that's just described as tea, you know? It's just, you know, what flavor is this? Oh, it's tea. So it's like not coffee. That's You hate tea, Melanie. Damn. That's a strong emotion for tea. A lot of teas don't really taste that much, you know? Maybe even, did you try putting milk in it? Did you try putting milk in it, Melanie? Nee? So I feel like this kind of strong emotion could only really be possible if you just get tea on its own. Because usually with milk, like it just the kind of taste that tea has if you put milk in it, it's something that's hard to imagine someone having a strong emotion for. You know, it's very mild. It mostly just tastes like, you know, it mostly just tastes like warm water with some notes to it. I have not tried matcha yet. I'd like to try it. Uh-oh. Earthy. Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, some people describe mushrooms as earthy, but to me, mushrooms taste savory, not earthy. I like mushrooms. I really quite like mushrooms. But mushrooms, you know, I put sauteed mushrooms in my eggs all the time. Love some mushroom sauce with a steak or with anything like that. Love mushrooms. I even like mushrooms in mushrooms is one of my favorite Alternate things to dip into Swiss cheese fondue. If you've only ever had Swiss cheese fondue with bread, right? Try it one time with a few like button mushrooms, like white button mushrooms. It's actually really good. It's the only other thing that I actually like with to dip in the. It's one of the few things that the few alternatives that I like to bread, to slightly stale bread in Swiss cheese fondue. But yeah, I don't know. Earthy to me, this does not really. Yeah, to me, mushrooms are just like savory. They're like, meaty, I guess. Actual dictionary definition of earthy: tastes like what you imagine an earthworm would taste like. That's where the name comes from. Grub flavor. Although people keep saying grubs taste like peanuts. That's a very common thing. That insects taste like peanuts. I mean, I've eaten shrimp. I really like shrimp, and shrimp is basically sea bugs. But they don't taste like they don't taste nutty at all. They don't taste anything like nuts or peanuts. So I struggle to see how something very close to a shrimp would taste like peanuts, I've never actually eaten bugs in any way. Yeah, the closest thing that I've eaten to bugs is just shrimp. I mean, I wouldn't mind trying it. There's probably, a lot to get used to there texturally speaking. It might be a little tricky to get used to. And there's definitely sort of a cultural barrier to it. Finding bugs in your food is a sort of a nearly universal thing to cause revulsion. So there's probably going to be a bit of a barrier there. But as long as I think of it as it's like shrimp but less wet. There you go. Maybe that's my path into eating the bug. My path forward to eating the bug is This is just dry shrimp. It's dry shrimp. Maybe the safest way in is like cookies made with like bug flour, you know? You know, the easiest path inside. The way in, the way that bugs could sneak their way into our So like flavors wise, so this matcha I'm getting now, of course, now it's Twinings matcha. Not matcha. I don't know, it is matcha. Yes, it's Twinings matcha, and you know, it basically 99% just tastes like warm water. Maybe I didn't steep it for long enough, but you know, I mean, you get a little bit, like you get a little bit of like a cinnamony taste. It's like warm water with a tiny bit of a cinnamon flavor to it, like very, you know, just very, very gentle cinnamon sort of note to what's mainly just slightly creamy because of the milk, warm water. I mean, there's other little bits, but it's mostly that. It mostly just tastes like warm water with some cinnamon powder in there. And, you know, it's fine. It's pleasant. Thank you, compositeur. Appreciate it. That little bee-doo-da. Okay, I'd say probably the most like sort of acquired taste thing that I really like is, so I don't like have like a super refined palate or anything. I think the most like acquired taste thing that I really like is very sharp cheddar cheese, which if you're not used to, basically tastes like vomit. But I really like it. I really, really like very sharp cheddar cheese. It's like one of the main things that I splurge on. But I know, like, yeah, if you're not used to it, because I've tasted very sharp cheddar for the first time when I was like 8. I remember it was like at a friend's place, and I had like a taste of it, and I really liked it right away. And you know, it was probably like offered, like it might have gone differently if it was just offered to me like in a slightly different way. It was like offered to me as like a fancy thing, you know? I'm sure if it was presented like slightly differently, I would have hated it. You know? Oh yeah, I saw the VOD of that Saronix. I think he only played one session of it on stream, unless he played a second one. But yeah, yeah, he seemed to. It seemed like the Tooth family was sort of his was what won him over. I never actually tried the pineapple pizza, but it makes sense to me. Like I've had ham, like ham with pineapple is like cooking. Like one of the main ways to cook ham is with pineapple. So you know, it just makes sense. It's not that surprising to me that it's a popular type of pizza. But I never tried it. I never tried it. Yeah, like ham and yeah, like some savory tastes just go really well with sweet and fruity tastes. It just does. Man, my favorite ham I've ever had was like a mistake, and I've yet to ever recreate it. The best ham I ever had was made entirely by mistake, and I have never been able to replicate that ham. It was overcooked. It was kind of burned. It was basically, it was like, yeah, basic like pineapple ham, you know? It was a basic pineapple ham. And it was overcooked. It was burned. We thought it was ruined. We thought it was all messed up, but it was like the best I ever had. I've yet to have ham like it since. Yeah, forever lost. Something like it was dry, but it was super savory. Like it was too dry. Texturally speaking, it was not the ideal ham, but it was really savory. It was way more savory than usually, you know? It was way more savory than usual. So yeah, it must have caramelized in some way. Yeah, it was like in the oven for like I don't know, like 30 minutes too long or something. You know? And visually it looked burned. Like it looked way too dark. It looked and then it did not but it wasn't like, you know, charred black or anything. It was just like too dark overall. It was maybe just on the edge of starting to really char. Um But it was like, yeah, it was the best ham I ever had. I don't know what to say. Never, I could never do it again. Now, okay, all right. We're talking about good foods here. All right, here's my favorite shit, and I mentioned sharp cheddar here. All right, my absolute favorite thing. It's not. I'm not sure if it's exactly my favorite thing to eat overall, but my favorite breakfast. Y'all ever had a croque monsieur? It's a very French thing. A croissant croque monsieur with sharp cheddar and ham. That is my favorite breakfast. It's so good. I would eat it every day if it wouldn't kill me. But it would kill me, so I can't eat it every day. Because croissants are really bad for you. Croissants are extremely bad for you. Really bad. And they don't taste like something that is that bad for you, but it's basically like a cake, you know? So be very careful with croissant. It's way worse for you than it looks. Yes. A croissant is like to make a croissant, you need basically half the dough, like this, almost the same amount of dough that you use to make the croissant. You need butter in like the same amount. Like volume wise, it's half dough, half butter. It's fucking insane. There's so much butter in a croissant. It's absolutely nuts. It's basically like a block of butter, you know? It's, no, like even for French cook, I mean, this is the case for all puff pastry. Like puff pastry is just like that. Yeah. Because you need, basically, because this is how puff pastry works, right? Puff pastry works like the little layers, the little crunchy, crispy layers. It works by basically layering like a layer of dough, a layer of butter, a layer of dough. Like the butter keeps the dough layers separate. This is why it works like this. But to do this, to achieve that effect, you need a shit ton of butter. And it's really good, but goddamn. But yeah, so a croque-monsieur, a croissant croque-monsieur is just a croissant that you split in half. You put a slice of like, I just get like cold cuts of ham. I just put like a slice of cold cuts in there, and then I get some sharp cheddar, not really fancy sharp cheddar, just like extra sharp but like cooking cheddar. I feel like, it's melted, so you don't really get the super. Like if you use super high quality sharp cheddar, it's not really gonna make a big difference. So I just get like basic fucking like Cracker Barrel, like the kind of sharp cheddar you use for cooking, right? And you just put some you just put some in the croissant and then some on top, and you just put that in the microwave or like in, if you have like a toaster oven that works too, and then you put a bunch of pepper on top, and that's it. That's it. That is a croissant croque-monsieur. And it's one of my favorite breakfasts, and I would have that every day if it wasn't so fucking bad for me that it would like severely reduce my lifespan. I limit my croissant purchases to like 1 pack a month. Like once a month I buy like a box of like 4 or 6, and I try to limit it to that. Oh, it's just so my local like chain grocery store. My local like chain grocery store used to make some pretty good like pure butter croissant. So I used to buy them from there, but now they've stopped, unfortunately. So I'm now out of like a good croissant place. So now they just have like prepackaged, like generic looking ones, where like it says like they're pure butter, but they're probably not. They taste like their regular ass like sandwich croissant that they called. These aren't really as good. Of all of the pieces of the croque-monsieur, I think the croissant is the only place where you should like get some good ones. The rest, like you just like for the ham, just get regular ass cold cuts, and for the cheese, you don't need like a fancy like sharp cheddar. Just like I said, like just a basic like, like Cracker Barrel, extra sharp cheddar. The kind that you use for cooking. It's the croissant that you have to, if you can find some quality ones. Yeah. Sometimes you get some croissant that like it says on the packaging that it's pure butter, but you taste them and you don't really taste the pure butter in there. You don't. It doesn't like it, once you've had a really good pure butter croissant. You can tell when something is actually a pure butter one. Yeah, it's really really good and really really bad. I don't mind margarine. Margarine is what I almost never have butter. I put margarine on toast. I've just been used to it. That's just, to me, margarine is what you put on toast. I've just been, it's just always been that way. I basically only use butter for, like, cooking. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's my favorite breakfast, but my favorite meal overall is probably Swiss fondue. That's another thing that, I mean, okay, I probably, even if I could, even if it wasn't horribly bad for me, I probably wouldn't eat Swiss fondue every day because that feels like something that you would just absolutely grow to hate it. You know? I feel like Swiss fondue is absolutely something you would get sick of if you had it too often. I don't feel like I don't feel that way for croissant, but I feel like Swiss fondue is such a strong taste that like there's no way it survives eating it often. I have Swiss fondue maybe once every 2 months or something. You know? It's pretty expensive. It takes a lot of, that Swiss. You need Gruyere and Emmental cheese, and some white wine, and possibly some sort of like either like cognac or whiskey, and some. Oh, the important thing. The important thing for Swiss fondue is you don't use flour for it. If you find yourself a recipe for Swiss fondue that uses flour, turn around. No flour in it. You want to put cornstarch in it. It's cornstarch, not flour. This is something I've talked about before, I think. It's not thicken. It's you dip bread into it. You don't thicken it with bread. You dip bread into it to eat it, and it takes a lot of garlic. So you better like garlic. You better be a fan of garlic. If you're a fan of garlic, you're gonna really like Swiss fondue, I think, if you've never had it. Mushrooms, yes. You can use mushrooms, like I said earlier. Mushrooms is the one other thing that I really like to dip. White button mushroom. Which are basically baby portobellos. So yeah, some baby portobellos are also very good to dip in there. Also, ideally your bread has to be a little bit stale. So you want to buy like a baguette, like some French bread, and you want to buy it in like 1 day in advance, and you leave it out on the counter. Just enough that it starts hardening a little bit. You just don't want it to be fresh. Because if it's fresh bread, it's just not going to have the right texture to be used for dipping. It's just going to like destroy itself on your fork when you rise it. So it just has to be a little bit, just a little bit stale. Just enough to change its texture, not really affecting its taste. So like 1 day stale is fine. And some nutmeg in there too. Some nutmeg's good. A bunch of pepper in there. But yeah, the reason you want to use cornstarch instead of flour is that if you use flour to thicken your fondue, you need a lot of flour. To do it with cornstarch, you use like a quarter of the quantity. You need a quarter of it, of the quantity of flour to do it with cornstarch. So if you use flour instead, it really affects the taste of it, and it just tastes like flour. All right, it is time to stretch. It's true. Let's do it. Let's do it. A little stretch. Someone earlier asked me what food I don't like, and I can't really think of a food I don't like something that I hate enough to like note. I can think of a few things that like I can only think of like I can only think of like modifiers that make me like a meal less a bit, you know? Not really like, you know. Like, I tend to not like too much when there's certain kinds of stews, of very light stews, that I kind of dislike, where it feels like it's I describe it as like a meal in a puddle. You know, it's like a stew where it's mostly like the chunks, like the it's not in a bowl, like it's the kind of stew that you just have in a plate. And it feels like you're just eating a normal meal, but there's like very clear, like a small puddle of water, you know, in the bottom of your plate. And like it's not like a thick sauce or anything like that, so it doesn't feel like you're eating a stew. It just feels like you're eating food that's been wet. That's just the vibe I get from it, and I don't like that. But I don't. It's not like I don't like it enough to like not eat it. Like I'm gonna eat it, and I'm probably gonna enjoy it. But that's like an element I don't like. I guess I don't want sauces to be kind of thick and savory. When it's like really clear sauce and there's like just a little bit of it, you know. Yeah, I call it a meal in a puddle. So that's like a vibe I slightly dislike. But yeah, not really enough to like make me picky about it or anything. Yeah, I can't really think of much that I like outright hate. Like every time that I've eaten something I didn't like, you know, it's like a thing where, well, I mean, I don't know if there was a good version of that thing. Maybe it was maybe they messed it up. Oh yeah, one time I remember we tried a recipe that was like a garlic. It was like a garlic chicken, but it was like an absurd amount of garlic you had to use for it, and that was like a huge disappointment. It was a garlic chicken recipe that used like, I don't know, like something like 8 bulbs of garlic or something. It was a huge amount of garlic you had to use for it. It was, I don't remember if that was actually the amount, but it was something, it was like an absurd amount. I remember like we had to like read the recipe again. We thought we had misread it, And it was like this, it was hell to actually make. It was like an absolute nightmare to make. Like it made the entire, like the whole house was like stinking to high heaven, but like it was enough to like actually like it stung our eyes. It was like miserable to prepare. It actually made the house like awful, And then we eat the actual chicken, and it barely tasted like garlic. Barely. It tasted like watered down garlic. This was like the biggest like after all of like this fucking eye-watering suffering from like preparing it, I was expecting it to be a fucking garlic flavor bomb or something. And then it was nothing. It was like such a disappointment. There was just a tiny faint little, there was like a tiny faint little garlic flavor to it. It's possible we messed up the recipe. Maybe there's something that we did wrong. But I mean, also, like, isn't there a thing where, like, if you want something to taste really garlicky, you don't want to actually cook the garlic, right? Because garlic loses a lot of its strength when it's cooked. So generally, if you want something to have a very strong garlic taste, you want to, like, crush it and add the garlic at the end, basically. Right? So maybe that's the problem, because the recipe involves, like, actually cooking it with garlic the whole time. Like, it can only be, like, kind of a slightly, like slightly sweet kind of garlic taste. Yeah. So yeah, maybe this was just a, you know, just not a good recipe. I've only had, so the only black garlic I've had, was like a ramen. It was like a tonkotsu ramen, like instant ramen pack. That was like a black garlic. That's my only experience with black garlic. I don't think I've ever had it otherwise. It was good. It was all right. I've been coping with the lack of access to a tonkotsu ramen place near where I live. After really loving tonkotsu, like in Montreal, because I don't actually live in Montreal, I just live near Montreal, and there's just no tonkotsu ramen place. There's really no ramen place nearby, so I've had to try a bunch of like different instant ramen attempts, and yeah, so far it's okay. So far it's just okay. Yeah, garlic definitely has this thing where if you eat a lot of it, basically everything you eat afterwards just tastes like garlic. That does make it a bit of a tricky ingredient to use, you know? Like if you have a lot of garlic in something and you have a dessert after, you want to like wait a little bit, you know? This is where palate cleansers are useful. This is where palate cleansers are actually useful. No, I'm not adding garlic to the game. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Well, I've been drawing monsters for a long time. Hello, Chaz. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I finished these. I finished these over the weekend. Not this one, because this one's a hard mode only one, so I don't need it yet. Yeah, these are the finished ones. The newly finished lads. After this, I think I'm going to put on some yes. Yeah, time for a little yes, I think. I'll put on Fragile. Is this a JoJo reference? It might just be. So we start with a little jiggle up and down. We start with a little jiggle up and down. Then we add a little sway left and right. Now we add a little bit more motion to the top of the head. Now let's add a little bit of a 3D vibe by using that nose, shifting it forward here, and then shifting it back here. Should give it a little depth to the face. And then we can also shift this side of the face back here, and then shift it over here. And here we widen the face, and here we narrow it. Now it looks like there's kind of a rotation happening. I can maybe accentuate it a little further here with just the nose and the upper teeth. This one. Do you just make indie games art for your games and other developers? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, I make art, but also I like program and design. Yep. I mean, right now my main source of income is just the sales of Look Outside. But before that, yeah, I was doing freelance work for other projects. And also just getting some revenue from Twitch. Look at this guy. Look at him go. Just need to clean up now. There's a fun canon going on in this song. I guess it's not actually a canon. It's more like just a basic harmony, but has a bit of a canon vibe, I guess. Yeah, not actually a canon. Hmm. 1.6 might be releasing tomorrow. We'll see. I'm just waiting for a green light to release it. And I'm just doing some polish on assets in the meantime. It might be tomorrow, yes. I was ready to launch it on Friday. I was ready to launch it on Friday. But we wanted to make sure we were ready for, with like social media posts and all that, and made a last little check of the of all the issues that were brought up and all that. This first frame done. Long distance, round around. I still remember a dream. Run around. Oh, yeah, on Sonic Will. I forget, is it you that detailed this one? Or was it Pterodactyl? Pterodactyl did some stuff on the roof, but I forget which specific things that he detailed on the roof. I know I didn't detail this guy. I just made the base sprite for this guy. Yeah, if it wasn't you, it was Pterodactyl, yeah. I wonder if I still have the base sprite for this guy. I did, yes. I just added a little bit of animation for the green ooze. I did not get to the roof rubble yet. Maybe I should do this after I'm done with this guy tonight. Just adding a bit more, yeah, adding a little rubble would be nice for the roof. Where was the roof rubble at again? Was it separate objects, or was it in the tile set? I forget. You pointed out not too long ago, but... Well, the palette for a look outside is what, 36 colors. The main thing about restricting your color palette is it forces you to make weird, funky color decisions, and I like that. I like being forced to make some funky color palette decisions. I think it leads to things looking a bit more unique. Kind of like, you know, making a bunch of characters randomly blue. That kind of thing. That's the kind of thing you really only think of doing when you have very limited colors to use, you know? I mean, you don't necessarily need limited colors to do that, but I don't think I would have had the idea of just making them look like that without the limited color palette. Yeah, it's just a stylistic choice. I mean, like, it depends on like the kind of game, sort of the kind of console generation, the kind of pixel art generation you're trying to emulate the style of. You know, the further back you're going in the style you're trying to go for, generally the more restricted your color palette is going to be. And that limited palette is very much part of what gives these things their identity. Limiting how many colors you use for like one monster has a very strong impact over how it ends up looking. You have to make a lot of decisions on making abstraction of the features of it, sticking to some large details. Like, it just affects the way that you think about your designs. And I think in a way that results in some more unique looking stuff. It's called Ace Sprite, Ender Dragon Girl.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
I'm gonna stretch after Heart of the Sunrise. Don't want to interrupt it. close to you and you follow. Move on to the heart of the sunrise. All right, like this. Okay, almost done with this guy. Almost done cleaning him up. Just one more frame after this. Sunrise. Dreaming, dream on to the heart of the sunrise. Okay. Another one. Oh, wait, no. That's not good. All right, last one. Last frame, then we do a little bit of rubble work. All right. Now we stretch. Now we stretch. Let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Weird. Yeah. Almost done. Deep Rising. I'm not sure about that one. What is it? Is it a game or a movie? A 90s horror. will marry our fortunes together. I've got some real estate in my bag. That was just supposed to be that was just supposed to be a reflection in the eye, but people have run away with it and made it into heterochromia. And I mean, that's fun too. I don't really mind. It's up to you, really. Like to dream to me now. Took me days to hitchhike from Sergeant Hall to look for. There we go. Look at this lad. He's pretty fun. Yeah, definitely a Scrimblow. Scrimblow type creature. Although I knew she was sleeping, yeah. And I made petite lake, and I don't know why. Counting cars on the New Jersey Turnpike laid off to look for a man. To look for a man. That guy do be scurrying. That guy do be scurrying. All right, let's see him in practice. Gonna cheat a bit because that's oh whoops, he's not. Not sure if you see lower than that normally. I see. I see. Kathy, I must have said, although I knew she was sleeping. And I made tea and a cake. Okay, let's see if that looks better. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, that works. There is. Are these monsters making out? Or are they just the same monster? Being separated in two. It's ambiguous. That's right. Maybe it's both. Why not both? Why not both? Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's put in the rubble. Let's add some rubble to this place. Yeah. So let's see here. What was the file again? That's not Will. You mentioned it earlier. Let me scroll up. Rooftop objects test. Rooftop objects test. I got it. I got it. Okay, there it is. There's the rubble. I could make these with tiles. I could absolutely make these with tiles. I can absolutely add these as a tile set. Let's see. Okay, I'm using interior B here. Let's add which interior tile set am I? Okay, it's interior B that has these current tile sets here. Oh! Okay, no, that's paper. So let's add these to interior B then. Yeah, I got some space here. I got some space here. Yeah, I got plenty of space for that. Classic long tub. Everyone loves the long tub. A tub walks into a bar. Why the long tub? Yep. That's all of them. That's all of them. Let's just bar this out here. And bar this out here. I add these. I add this to just make it very clear which tiles are unused. That way I don't accidentally put some blank tiles in places and then later when we add assets to those locations, you know, they could pop up all over the place. Okay. So I can export this. And let's do a little tiling. First here. Maybe you can wall convert this one. Doesn't seem like it's big enough to obstruct. This might not look good. We'll have to see. Yeah. We'll see how it mixes. Alright, let's see. Let's see how it looks with the things included. It's kind of tricky to work kind of blind like this, but we'll see. We can make adjustments where needed. Okay, it's not too bad. Here works pretty well. Yeah, it looks okay. The way the legs are on top here look kind of bad. Maybe I'll move this down. I'll keep this on my screen here as I make adjustments. Yeah. Okay, that works. Okay, let's try this again. better here. Yeah, that works. I think that works. Let's simplify this so all the attention is at the big first column there. All right, nice. Let's move on to the next of those big monsters I want to animate. Yeah, I have time to at least start another one. This one could be pretty good. This one could be pretty good. Yeah. I can move it up to here. Let's animate this weirdo. let's put a little bit more music for this last one. How about a little bit of Malajube? Any Quebecers in the house? Actually, you need to be a Quebecer millennial to know these guys, I think. Yeah. Blast from the past. What is this? A TELUS ad circa 15 years ago? Yeah. There's a few hints, but the game is a little bit coy about it. Ton visage sur le magazine, ton palmarès de concubine. Montréal, t'es tellement froid, un ours polaire dans l'autobus. Respire-tu bien pour m'enrichir? Je t'aime tellement que j'hallucine. Yeah. Une ceinture fléchée.
no, it's time to stretch.
Yeah, time for a little stretch, folks. Time to stretch. Ooh. Not exactly. It's complicated. The sash is from the Métis, Native American tradition. And it was adopted by French Canadians as part of kind of like the identity of French Canadians in Quebec. Was sort of turned into a thing. And then there's a famous icon. There's a famous symbol that was a symbol of resistance against Britain colonization. That was like, that's like a guy wearing a belt like that. So it's like part of a symbol. It is part of a symbol. It's used as part of a symbol. But in itself, it's not necessarily a symbol against like the English language sort of colonization of Quebec. But because it's part of sort of the identity, then it was used in that way. Yeah. Oh yeah, so the cover of this album is one of the little references you can find in the some of the items you can collect in the game. There's a stack of CDs, and one of them is supposed to be this album, but you know it's a very small sprite, so they're barely recognizable. I think you could really only recognize them if you, you know, if you're looking at those and are kind of looking to see, oh, I wonder if there's a reference there to some Quebec music. Once you figured out where the game is set, and I think only in that context you'll notice it. Otherwise, like by itself, they're just too simple, the sprites. Also, I put in a Les Colocs album, a Jean Leloup album, a Harmonium album. But yeah, you can barely reckon. Oh, a Cowboy Fringant album, of course. But yeah, you can barely recognize them. You just really notice like you can really just see like their color, and just vaguely the pictogram. Yeah, there's little enclaves. There's little French language enclaves all over. Comment faire pour bouger ton visage? Silence, silence. Oh. All right. So let's start with that one. And a 1. And a 2. And a 3. And a 4. Okay. Now, I suspect it's gonna have the same problems that this other guy did. So I'll copy over the custom route of this guy. It's not this one. It's this one. Jésus qui est encore plus fort, encore plus fort, encore plus fort, encore plus fort. J'ai du mal à I need to move him down a bit. Kind of clips into the tendrils there. A little too much. Okay, I think that's a better height for it. It's gonna still clip into that monster, but not by as much. Yeah, you know, it's still pretty noticeable, but it's not too bad. I think I can do another. I'm feeling like doing another. Yeah, it looks alright. Hey, thanks for the raid, Gusara. How's it doing? Requiem. Le cauchemar, pense à tes amis garçons qui vont s'en va. Nice! You finished it? I'm glad. Thank you. Thanks for playing. Requiem. Tu dis qu'il y a le mal dans les murs de ta maison. J'ai jamais su monter mal. Yeah, I'm working on some polish. 1.6 is coming out probably tomorrow, which comes with a bunch of tweaks and a lot of polish. Ici c'est passé le cauchemar, dans cette amigas qui pensent à notre raison. This is Saint Fortuna by Melajub. Requiem. Tu dis qu'il y a le mal dans les murs de ta maison. It's a song about bipolar disorder, I think. This is an entire album where every song is about a different disease or condition. This is the final one. The final song. Alright, let's put some more Melajeu. How about Labyrinthe? That was their following album. Really quite like this one. Thank you. No, not all by myself. A lot of people will help me. A lot of, especially a lot of artists help me polish up some assets. And also, I have a co-writer who also composed. Well, it used to be all of the game's music, but now another contributor is. So for 1.6, it's now most of the music. Yeah, I couldn't really tell you what exact ratio of the art that I made, but maybe 70% or something. Yeah, on Silent Wheel here, made a lot of the game's tile sets. And on Silent Wheel made the really, really beautiful, colorful backgrounds. When you're on the roof, the really colorful sky background. That was on Silent Wheel. And also on Silent Wheel made the fine... When I mean, if you had the truth, the perfect ritual endings. The perfect ritual endings. On Silent Wheel made the really beautiful giant image of the eye. That was on Silent Wheel too. And Kunzit here made some assets too. Kunzit made what I think is probably the best monster sprite in the game. He made the cop car with the crazed dogs at the front. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the best monster sprite in the game. It's really good. Yep. Those, I don't know if Dumpster Cats is around, but Dumpster Cats is the one that detailed all of the plant enemies in that area. Let me just quickly show here. So I made like these like really sketchy ones. This is like the original ones. So they were like very sketchy like this. Kind of blobs of color. And he polished them. Actually, at first, this guy actually started out as like a much larger, just a flower thing. So that was originally what I drew for it. Then made into a little more of a goblin thing. And then let me get his actual work here. And then he made this. There you go. That's his polish work. That's Dumpster Cats who made this detailed version. Also, Dumpster Cats detailed all of Jean's Hydra sprites. That was all Dumpster Cat's work too. And for Jean, like my own sprites were really, really messy. I forget, are they around here? Yeah. This is what I had sent to Dumpster Cats here. This is these are like the messy ass sprites that I sent to Dumpster Cats. You know, you can tell the idea is there, but you know, the idea is there, but it's very, very basic. Just blobs of color. And then Dumpster Cats made the really, really detailed. Really did an amazing job with them. Yeah, at first there was supposed to be a face in there. But yeah, there were some more tweaks before I sent them over. I added like... Because before sending him over, I placed them over the background. And like added a little bit to them to like make them fit into the space a bit better. So this isn't exactly what I had sent to Dumpster Cats, but it's pretty close. Yeah, it's Jeanne. Sippy Rat. That's just the French way to say that. Also, let me show you what I had sent for the cop car. Where's the cop car? Oh, there. So this is what I had made for the cop car. So it was really, really basic compared to what Conceit made. And actually, I had made a first attempt at tweaking the design, and I actually liked that first attempt at detailing less than this one. So I actually forget if I sent you this or if I sent you my first attempt at detailing. I think this is the one I sent you because I remember liking this more than my first attempt. Let me see here. As I think I still have it somewhere in here. I think, or maybe it's just on the Dropbox. Yeah, that. I went for like a more of a red color. Maybe I did send you just this one. So yeah, at one point I wanted to have different poses as like just the monstrous parts pour out of the... Yeah. Maybe this is the one you got? Right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought, because, yeah, like I said, I preferred the first sketch to this one. Also, I guess for context, that should show the actual one we ended with here. Hang on. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one Kanzit made. God damn, it's so good. So fucking wild. Yeah, before and after. I mean, goddamn, that is what you call a fucking glow up. That is what you call a glow up. So good. I especially like just how much of them look like it's kind of twisted bits of metal. So it's like you can kind of tell that they're like a mix of like flesh and like twisted metal parts, you know? Like the shiny highlights there. Like you can't exactly tell just how much, you know? Yeah. People keep asking me what the hell is the PP about. People keep asking me that. I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to tell them. What's the PP about? What is it? Why'd you write PP on there? I don't know. I don't know. It was not on there. It was like there was like a vague inscription on the original, but ah, yes, now it's finally time. It's finally time for you to spill the beans on what the hell that PP is about. That's right. Well, all right then. You forgot. Rip. Great.
Oh, no, it's time.
Now I literally don't know what to say. I literally don't know what to tell people who ask. I guess I'll have now to tell them, well, this was made by a freelance artist, and when I asked them what PP was about, they said, I forget. That's now the story. Paw Patrol. That's Paw Patrol. There you go. You're a huge fan of Paw Patrol. That's why. Now that makes sense. Is that still the #1 kids show, or has the parenting meta moved on to another show? What's the parenting meta like now? The kids show meta. Has it moved on from Paw Patrol? You wrote it somewhere. Oh, so it was like an important. It was like an important thing then. If you wrote it somewhere, it's like you knew this had to be there had to be an answer. Some like there's some importance to this. This is an actual secret then. Great. You not only forgot what it was, but you also forgot where you wrote it down. Rip. Lost Media, that's right. It's literally, you can put that in the wiki. You can literally put that in the wiki. What the PP means is actually literally a mystery. Lost to time. Put that in a fucking cutting room floor. That's called cutting corners. That is the big advantage to working on assets for your own project. No one can tell you, hey, you did it cheaply. Do the job right, because you get to just decide, nah. I'm just gonna put that shit together. You know? That's right. You just have to make it good enough. My standards low. It just needs to look okay. It just needs to look a-okay. Les Colombos. Oh, this is a song about springtails, which I think is really great. This is a song about springtails. It's really pretty. Yeah. The song is about springtails. It's so passionate about them. Because colombole is actually like the French, is the proper French term for springtails. It's a really cute word. I don't know why the song gets all sinister at the end, though. I mean, I guess this is sinister. I'm not sure if this is sinister. I think it's kind of sinister, the turn there. I don't think it means... So I think the meaning of the song is that, like, usually springtails are something that people raise for the purpose of cleaning for like keeping a terrarium clean, right? Like they eat like fungus. So it's not usually something that you raise for its own sake. It's something that you raise for the sake of your real pet, right? Sort of. And I think the thing about the song is that it's using that. It's using the idea of like doing the opposite. Of like you raise a lizard or something so that you can have springtails. And it's like, I guess it's like a song about having weird backwards. It's like a song about having a weird like backwards. You know, weird sort of backwards. Goals, I guess. That's how I interpret it. But it's really difficult to interpret that. Like, it's odd. But it's talking about doing everything. It's talking about taking care for a pet. It's like the song's lyrics vaguely, obtusely talk about taking care of a pet and raising a pet, but you're doing it all for the springtails. That's what the lyrics say, basically. It's so odd. So it's like, yeah, it's about having like weird backwards priorities, I guess. It's, yeah. It's very odd. I can only guess as to if that's actually the intended meaning. There might be a bigger metaphor happening. I mean, they really this is one of their preferred things. One of their favorite things is having a song that sounds one way, but the lyrics mean the opposite, right? Having a song that sounds adorable, but it's talking about something horrible, or the other way around. That's like something they keep doing. Like, this is like a recurring bit they love doing. Like the previous song before this one, like it was kind of like a cute song that kind of sounds like it's about love, but the lyrics are like, the lyrics are like this weird thing about dying, you know? It's like the previous song, the previous cute song is about like self-destruction. It's about having like self-destructive tendencies, and it has like this sort of cute tone to it. Now there might be more specific pattern, like metaphors going on, but you know, like this is something they just like doing. They like having a song's shallow tone being kind of the opposite of what you would expect for its subject matter. That's just, you know, it was just a bit they really like, it seems. I mean, like the previous album I was showing is all like that, right? Like the previous album that I was playing, it's all every song in that album is about a disease or a condition. And using those diseases or conditions as like metaphors sometimes. Not exactly diseases, like one of them is about surgery, so it's not like a disease, or it's just a medical thing. So like there's a song about surgery, but the song is about surgery, but the song literally talks about cannibalism. And so it's like eating, it's like going on 3 levels. The surface words are like describing someone eating someone else's body. The level below that is that it's actually describing like, you know, a surgery. But the level below that is that it's using a surgery as a metaphor for, like, love. So there's, like, kind of 3 levels happening there. And it makes for a really weird mixed messages. You know? And that's fun. It's called Ton plat favori, that song. It's like your favorite meal. And it's the band is called Malajube. It's a Quebec band that hasn't put out. I think they're disbanded, but I'm not sure. Yeah, they're very fun. They have a lot of fun. They're having fun. They're having fun. It's not all just it's not always like sort of humorous sort of juxtapositions like that. But, you know, they definitely have a sense of humor. But one of the best songs on that album is extremely fucking sad. And it sounds like a love song, but it's really fucking sad. It's called Etienne Daou. And it's a song about loving someone who's dying. It's pretty fucking sad. It's about, like, it's kind of describing the day-to-day routine of someone visiting a loved one at the hospital, not knowing every time they leave if it's the last time they see them alive. And then, you know, like saying goodbye and not knowing if that's the last goodbye or not. So it's not always, you know, for humor's sake. You know, sometimes, you know, there's a lot of ways to use contrast. Oh, this one though is weird and funny. I think this is a joke about hockey being like a religion in Quebec or in Canada. Maybe? I don't know. It's really hard to tell. This song is written like a prayer, and it sounds like a prayer. But the name of the song is Cristobal, which was the name of a very famous hockey player in the Montreal Canadiens. So it's a very recognizable name to just use randomly. And the song kind of vaguely sounds like stadium, like organ a little bit. And I have no idea if that's like a joke or if it's serious or what. It's really hard to parse. The song is just like a prayer. It's like a prayer. Like, if you just look at the lyrics themselves, it's more like sort of like religious anxiety that it's describing. Like, it's describing the anxiety of someone who's afraid that they might go to hell. And it's just that. But the name of the song just kind of puts a stick in those wheels and makes you wonder, you know? Sometimes the name of a song is enough to make you wonder. The lyrics are like, I shouldn't go, I don't send me to hell. I always did my prayer. Maybe if we do what we can, maybe we'll go through it. Maybe we'll go through it. Maybe we can make it through together if we try really hard. That kind of thing. And then I always did my prayer. It just kind of keeps repeating that. And then it just ends with like, amen, amen, amen. Yeah, that's like the vibe because of the title, but the title's the only part that gives that. Yeah, like together it brings like someone making these terrified prayers, but it's to win a fucking game of hockey, which would be really fucking funny. But maybe it's named Cristobal for completely... Maybe it's about someone else named Cristobal. It's like... Cristobal is an unusual name in Quebec, but it's not necessarily an unusual name elsewhere. You know? So maybe it's just about a person, you know? It could just be about a person. Yes, hard mode will only be adding disadvantages, pretty much. Hard mode is going to be specifically... It's going to be specifically for people who've beaten the game before. So hard mode essentially only exists to sort of help keep the game a challenge, even though you know where all the good stuff is. So that is like the purpose of hard mode here. To give you a reason to like replay the game and still have fun with it, even though knowing where everything is means everything's going to be way easier. So hard mode is meant to sort of help keep that fresh. And so it's only going to be complications and things that make things harder. There's also going to be, like lateral shifts, like some things are just going to be different as well. We've been thinking about some stuff like this. I mean, it's not implemented yet, so it's not certain. But we have been thinking about ways to like just change things around as well, but we'll see. I mean, I think these are all like based on their experiences, Noondazed. But I mean, I'm not sure though. I don't like know them that well as a band, but from what I understand, these are like from either things that they've suffered themselves or things that their loved ones, and like this is what they talked about, you know. But I mean, you know, I'm not someone who has any of those conditions, so like I couldn't tell you if they treat them with the respect it deserves. But it seems to me like this was. I mean, like I said, I mean, one of them is. One of the songs is about anal fissures. That's a fun one. There's a song about anal fissures in this called Pat Philo, which is basically puff pastry. It's called puff pastry. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah. A song for the whole family. Yeah. There's one song about cancer called The Crab. That's also very sad. And it just kind of describes it, like it uses sort of the cycle of the song, the refrain coming back as like the experience of like, the fight of cancer, feeling like it's never over. Like you think it's all over, you've got rid of it, but then it keeps coming back. And it uses like the refrain of the song for that. The refrain of the song is like, we found a cell that wants to do an ectome. So it's like, yeah, it keeps coming back. Now I don't know if a member of the band had cancer or just had a loved one with cancer. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's it's pretty well thought out. But although at least one song is more like, and I wonder if like one song is about Tourette's syndrome, and I don't know if someone in the band has Tourette's syndrome, but it's more using it as like a metaphor, and it's not actually. But however, they're not the ones who sing that song. They brought a guest artist for it. And I wonder if maybe the guest artist, it's the one song that sounds like rap in the middle of the album. And that's about Tourette's syndrome. And I kind of wonder if maybe they brought him on because maybe they bring Le Colocasse, that's like a Quebec rap group, a rap ensemble. And I so I don't know what the history is there. If, yeah, it does exist. But the song itself, like, it describes, it's like a rap about Tourette syndrome. And, like, describing what it, But it's like it has two different sort of parallel meanings, but it's not really like that. It's not like a metaphor. I mean, there's kind of a metaphor between the two, but it's like weird. It's like there's like two kind of stories in parallel in that song. Oh, the song about having, here's a really fun part. The really, really sad song about having a loved one who's dying, Etienne Daou, has a music video. And the music video of that song is extremely sad, but also really fucking odd. The music video of that song is the aftermath of a battle in like with like Vikings. It's like Vikings at the end of a battle, and someone like a Viking going like walking through some sort of like, you know, like the remains of a battle and finding his friends are dead. And that's a very weird. I mean, it is about death, and like you see basically like a Viking crying over like, and it's completely played straight. It's not like funny, but it is funny in how specific and kind of absurd of a specific version of death that they decided to portray. But it's so strange. And again, you can kind of see like sort of their tendency to like mix tones together there. It's so odd. The worst horror film I've seen? I don't know. Worst in what way? Like most gory? Probably Brain Dead. I don't see that many horror movies. Like I don't see that many like super gory horror movies. I've seen like classics. Yeah, Brain Dead's really good. Yep. I'm probably gonna be stopping that after this one. It's almost done. I don't know. I've seen a lot of really shitty. Although, you know, I mean, some of them. I've seen a bunch of the Leprechaun movies. I guess those are shitty horror movies, but I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen them. Maybe I'd like them. I remember enjoying them as, like, you know, really corny movies back in the day. But who knows? I'm trying to think of stupid horror movies. Yeah, I mean, you can't really make a movie called. You can't really make a movie like the Leprechaun movies without being self aware. I mean, I've seen movies that were kind of a waste of time. I don't really seek those out. Yeah, yeah, Tusk is the walrus one. Yeah, I haven't seen that. It's true. Yeah, I also saw Bad Taste, which is Peter Jackson's first movie. It's okay. It's, I mean, it's one of those, okay, yeah, for a student movie, that's amazing, you know? That's an amazing fucking student movie, but, it's it's a goofy goober, super disgusting horror movie. Oh, no story for this guy yet. It's just one of the things wandering around out there to give you an idea of how messed up everything is. That there's just randomly, just wandering around outside in the street is just this gigantic fucking spider thing. These are just things like that are just around now, which is kind of scary. All right. I think this guy's ready for now. Okay. Now, let's turn left, move left. T. Okay, let's see what it looks like. If I gave them like 3D sounds too, that'd be great. If they had like 3D sounds on top of that, that'd be pretty good. There's a few that are still not animated there, but you know, at least a few of them are. And that's an improvement. Yeah. Yeah, adding 3D sound to them, especially these guys, adding like walking noises as you get close to them. They will probably sound more like an earthquake. Like adding kind of like an earthquake noise as you get close to these. I think would be pretty good. Yeah, using 3D sound to have kind of like a little earthquake. Maybe even like a shake if you get close or something. Would be pretty good, I think.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
Oh, well. Alright, well, it's not actually time to stretch because I think that's going to be the end of the stream. Alright, before I go, let me point you all to my Patreon. Please consider supporting me on Patreon. There we go. And now, for those who still have some in the tank to watch more streaming, some in the tank. Let's see who is currently streaming. Oh, Landshark is. Landshark is playing Digimon. If you want to check that out. If you want to check that out, I'm going to raid Landshark. All right, but yeah. Thank you all for watching, and take care.